everybody, we're back. Hi, Kathy.
Hey, Darren, here again.
How are you today?
I'm very well. How about you?
Good. Hey, I was wondering what this is.
That's an antique sewing machine that I like to scan into my design center and show that how intricate it is, but it still turns it into stitches.
This is the scan portion of the Lumineer. And Jared taught me today it's called My Design Center. Right, Jared? So My Design Center is a portion of the Brother Lumineer that for years now I've heard Kathy say that it's the most exciting and the best part of the Lumineer, and that's what she's going to discuss today. So I'm very excited. Are you excited, Kathy?
I'm overjoyed.
Overjoyed. So we'll run through the morning, take a break for lunch, and then rejoin. We're not going to drop the feed. It'll be all day long. I'm excited to learn more about this because I've seen it for a long time. I've done the basics, but Kathy's going to kind of go a little bit more than just the basics.
Right.
Right?
I'm right.
Yes.
You're right.
I'm so excited. See how excited I am? All right. No, thanks everybody for being here. There is about 66 right now. That's more than what we would have in a normal class at one time, so it's kind of cool. As time goes on, we will start doing these back in person, but for now, let's all get together when we can here on YouTube and Facebook. Good morning to everybody. And if you guys don't mind, once again, before we start, would you just comment where you're watching from? We always like to see that. We will try to answer your questions as the day goes on. Jer is manning the questions. Towards the end of the class today, Kathy will most likely answer the most of the questions, but do ask them throughout the day, and we'll try to get to you as soon as we can. People are from Oregon, and where else? Tremendous Tempe for Mark. Hi, Mark. Colorado. Susan's in Colorado. So we love that. All over. There's Lindy Goodall. Lindy Goodall from Tucson.
Oh, Lindy could show us a thing or two.
Yep. Or Oro Valley. Sorry. Nikki Leon. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to gracefully bow out because I don't think you're here to watch me. I think you're here to watch Kathy Brown. So I'm going to turn it over to you, Kathy.
All right. Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
You go have a good day while we work hard.
Okay.
All right. Before I really get into Design Center, I have a couple of things I want to tell you, and then I want to show you something. And I think Sister Edward, my geometry teacher, is rolling in her grave because yesterday I was trying to put the hexagon sashing on an octagon shape. And I'm surprised no one mentioned it to me sooner, and I had to have Ken come in here and see what it was. So I'm going to go ahead and show you now how you would actually put it on, because we didn't get anything on yesterday. So, can you see the screen, how it's telling me to line it up? So I'll say okay. And now it's on my fabric. And I'm going to start moving it. And I'm going to move it up. And over, and you can see I played with it last night and did some to get it to a point where I wouldn't take too much time here. And then I'm just going to, I have to say okay first. You can't stay on that screen. And now it's just going to go ahead and sew it. And it should be lined up perfect. It's good to use the right shapes. So if you go to the frames or shapes in embroidery, there's an octagon there. If you go to the shapes in my design center, there's a hexagon. So that would be what you'd want to use if you want to practice doing this. Okay, not going to continue with this because we have more to do, but I did want to show you how to get it lined up. And always look at the pictures because it'll help you line it up, okay? Another thing I think I neglected to tell you. Anytime you think that you've bumped your hoop or you broke a needle and it pulled, always turn off your machine and turn it right back on so it will recalibrate into the correct position. Don't worry about it. It'll come right back up where it's supposed to be. So just turn it off and then turn it back on. So that was one thing I wanted to tell you. And then I wanted to show you, because someone asked and I didn't go over it, how we can do a scan and cut. I'm going to go into embroidery. I'm going to use the couching because there's just straight lines in there. And we'll take the owl and say set. Okay. The reason I had you set it up with the embroidery threads of Brother is because you can only get to this one screen by using the word embroidery. So there's my owl, and I'm going to scroll up and I'm going to change it to a cut file. It's a little down at the very bottom. There's scissors and some lines. Can everybody see that? If you can't, scroll down, scroll up through your colors and see that there. And so that's going to make it into a cut file. And you can see the scissors are now on the screen for the cut file. So then I say OK. Here I come over and I put it in memory on a USB. And then I take the USB, plug it into my scan and cut the shape. Okay? But just remember, you have to be on the embroidery threads. That little, heart down here, or scissors. Okay? It won't show up with any of the other threads. All right? Okay. And then there was one other thing I thought about. Spool caps. Everybody knows, I think, that you should always use a spool cap that's appropriate to the top of the spool. They came out with a little tiny gray one, and that goes right into the neck of the spool, right through there. And it's really nice and handy. And then you have other spool caps, but please don't put a big spool cap on like a Floriani thread. That's where your threads can get caught and pull and break a needle. Okay? All good? Any other questions on embroidery that I didn't answer yesterday or show? No? All good? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and hit the house. And I'm going to say okay to cancel that pattern. I'm going to go to my design center. Couple things we're going to do first. I did show you a few things yesterday, and we'll go back and see that again. Right now, I'm going to go over and I'm going to touch my frames. I'm going to work with my 10 5/8 by 10 5/8 hoop. Okay, so I'm going to come up here and touch the hoop icon. I can pick out whatever hoop I want, but I'm going to pick out the 10 5/8 by 10 5/8 and say OK. Now, you see there's another shape behind there? That's because in settings, I set it up for the border function. So I need to go in and either delete it completely, which I'll do, or make it be the same size as my hoop. It didn't go away. Hold on. Well, we'll jump to the very biggest then, and that'll give some room. Okay. Okay. So now it's gone. You can't see it. All right? The other thing is, when you begin to scan and all, always look up here and change it to a double or triple stitch. If you leave it as a satin stitch, it probably won't scan well, or it'll tell you it's too complicated to sew. The other thing is, always scan with no thread in your needle, because otherwise it can pull that thread across and you'll have a wiggly line on your scanned picture. Okay? So everybody got set up for the 10 5/8. Now I want you to hoop, you can use sticky back or whatever you spray, but I want you to hoop that piece of fabric I told you. Okay? We're going to do a little thread painting and little instructions on here first. Okay, we'll go through the icons first. Across the top, they're same as what they were yesterday. Wi-Fi, camera, questions, help, put your foot down, and that locks up everything so you can change a needle or change your foot. And then you can use the padlock and our home key. So we're gonna go, we don't want any of that. So over here you have 100%, but now they've increased it to 1600%. So if you're working on something very, very small, you really can see it now. I'll put it back to 100% for now. Over here, this piece of fern is actually my scanning icon. Sorry guys, I'm sure it's somebody trying to sell me Medicare Advantage. Okay, so the leaf here that's where you go to scan things now. It's changed a bit from the Dream Machine. And that's your pocket where everything goes in that you put in memory. This right now is telling me that I have a double stitch, straight stitch selected. If I come into your selection box, okay, I touch that. And we're going to start first with drawing. So right now, it's set on the one that looks like a C, but it's open. So I want you to come back, and I just want you to go ahead and draw something on the screen. So you can do that just with your stylus or your finger, so you can just draw. And it'll go wherever you put it for the threads. I'm going to do an undo. We'll go back into the properties. Take the second one. It has a line goes across the C because that one is going to close whatever you've done. Okay, it always closes it. And that's when I'm going to undo again. Properties. Okay, this is your straight line. And if you wanted to make some grids for quilting, you could come in, you could put your grid lines in the back of it and follow those and make your own grids. See? But I'm going to undo. Take the grid off. Okay. So I'm going to undo the straight lines. I'm just showing you the different ways you can use your stitch file. This one is like you touch, and when you lift up, then that makes the point, and you lift up, and that makes the point, and you have to go back to the beginning. Okay? So it's pulling, and there's names for these, and I don't remember them, but anyway, that's what those do. I prefer to use the bucket because it flood fills everything all at once. The eyedropper, while you have that drawn on there, if you touch the eyedropper to it, well, it's telling me it's already in stitches that way. But that's how you can tell what color exactly you used and what stitch type. Maybe you're working on a large project and it has multicolors and multiple parts, and then you forget to do some and you're not quite sure what blue you used. Then you could come in, take the eyedropper, touch it. It would automatically go to that color and that fill stitch whatever you used. So that really is a good help. Okay, so just remember the 4 up here have to do with outlines or lines. Okay, so they have outlines or lines. And you can see all the different lines, the choices that you have. Let's say okay. And okay again. All right, so we know the properties, we know what those little tools all do. I better set it back to a double stitch or I'll forget. I'll say okay. Down here in this box, these are the tools for a fill stitch. A brush equals a fill stitch. And the bucket, again, would fill a whole area. If you go to put the bucket in an area and it goes through the whole hoop, that means there's an opening someplace in that area, and I'll show you how to find it in a little trick. So if we touch the Properties tab there, we just get a brush. And what we can do is you can make that a bigger kind of brush. I'm sorry. I'd go bigger size or smaller size. I'll say okay. Now when I touch the screen, it just makes a square, or it would make a circle. Okay. So it's, oh, look, I have to take off everything. Okay. So there isn't a lot in there other than that's where you have all your selections. Okay. You can scroll down or up to get all your selections and say okay. On your fill stitches, you have a no stitch icon, just like we have in the running stitches. We have a no stitch icon. If you do a design and it has a bunch of colors in the back that you didn't want, you could just come in and touch the no stitches, take your eyedropper, touch where it's no stitches, it'll take them all, it'll tell you you have no stitches there, and take the bucket and it'll put no stitches everywhere, all at once. Okay. So now you have an eraser, and we have our frames. The eraser comes in a size 20 in a circle. I like to use the square better, and sometimes you're going to find that you want it to be little tiny to get close in areas to remove one of the pixels. Say okay. Everybody getting it, or am I talking too fast? I'm talking too fast. Okay, everybody's getting it? I told you I've been threatened with bodily harm if I talk too fast, so. Okay, so that's basically what you have all up here. Down here you have size. Let's go ahead and go into the frames, and we'll just pick out something there to work with. Anything on that screen, just touch it and say okay. All right? When you touch size, you also get the move icons for the arrows. All right? And then it always goes back to center. Up here, you have shrink it in proportionately or stretch it out proportionately. Maybe you want to distort it and make it not so fat, or make it fatter. Make it taller, make it shorter. It's all here for you to do whatever you want to do. Oh. I don't have the lock on or anything. I want to shrink that down. Maybe it's not selected. I just thought it was selected because I just put it in, but it wasn't. So you have to come in and select it and have the red box around it before you can play with it or distort it, whatever you want to do. And then you can bring it in small and say okay. Then you have rotate. And rotate, you can use 10s, 90, 1, minus, and say okay. You also have some move icons down here because there's no separate move button here. And then you have copy. And so it'll just make a copy of what you have, and it comes off center so you can move it. And this would be a horizontal flip. This would be paste, and this would be cut. If there's a lot of stitches in the background, or just a few stitches, and you don't want to use the no stitch icon, just use your select and cut out what you don't want. And in the select, the scissors, I can just draw around Oh, I lost my shape. Sorry, guys. Let me get my shape back in. I didn't convert it actually to stitches yet, so we're going to make it in stitches. Okay. All right, let's select it. But I'm going to select it like that. Now if I touch the scissors, it's going to cut that part off. So it's a good way to alter your designs or to play with them. And down here in the select, I think I talked about this yesterday, but for those that weren't there, this one is just take and draw a box. The nice thing now, it always goes to the exact size of your design. This one is you're going to draw your around. Okay. And this one is just like a free motion one. You can make it go however you want. And I love this little wand because even if you have a small part of a design somewhere, if you use the wand, you can get it. And you can just change that yourself and see where these stitches are here. So I'm going to use the wand, and the wand highlighted it. Now I can cut it out of there. Okay. And this one would be to select everything at the screen at once. Okay. Obviously cancel, all clear, undo, redo because I really like the first time better, select, and memory. Anything you put in memory will come out of that pocket. Whether you put it in memory for the machine or back to your USB, however you want to do it. All right. So I'm just going to touch all clear. Any questions on the functions? Okay. I'd like everybody to get their fabric. I asked you to bring in something with a big print. So get that piece of fabric on your hoop. Mine's already hooped. I was in here early. Okay, so get it. I just floated mine. I have sticky back there, but you can also use your spray temporary adhesive. Everybody ready? Give you a couple seconds more. Okay. All right, so let's all touch the scanning icon right under the padlock across the top. Touch that. It looks like a piece of fern. I want to show you what these three functions will do. So first one, we're going to touch illustration design. If you bring in some embroidery pattern that's already embroidered and you do that, it'll put colors on top of those. And usually, well, you'll see. I'm not real fond. So let's touch the word scan and say OK. And be careful, don't let it hit a wall, bump your wine glass, hit you in the chest, whatever. Mark, did that work for your satin stitch?
Kathy, do you ever use your stylus, and what stylus are you using?
Okay. I use the big one that came with my machine if I have big areas to erase. Let me get it. Okay. And this is one of the things that gets you most. But if I have something big to do, now go ahead and crop out some of the fabric and try and highlight just what you want to draw around. Okay. We'll wait for everybody to do that. And down here it's telling you maximum numbers of colors, line. And I honestly don't use the illustration function very much. I just don't. And you can say remove background if you want and crop it in. So when I have something big to do, but when I have something I have to do intricate, I have this. And at home I have an eye pen. The one I like the most, which I lost somehow, is A, B, B as in boy, I, D as in dog, A. Abida, A-B-I-D-A. That one works the best. I've probably at home I venture to guess 20 different ones that I've bought and tried. But this one is good. I like this one. It's like an eye pen too. But you have to have something good. Originally, they said they were going to come out with smaller tips for this, for the Dream Machine, but I guess since everybody had purchased something else already. Okay, after you get it cropped, let's say, okay, did Mark answer about his stitches?
Nope.
See, that just doesn't look too good, right? I can come up here and have it go back to the original, and it's just not going to come in. So if I say set, that's what I get, all right? So illustration can work well on some very simple things, but most of the time I don't use it. Go all clear. And all that's gone, okay? And that's how you get rid of the fabric background here. You don't have to go to page 10. So we're going to go up again, hit the scan icon, and we're going to click line design and tell it to scan. A line design could be a page from a color book, a simple drawing, and that's what we're going to use in a little bit after we go through this exercise.
Kathy, do we sell the Abita pens?
No. The only place I found it was Amazon. Darren has some here that he purchased that work really well too. I forget the name of his that he has here. I'll get one of his and show you after lunch break.
Someone said that theirs is stuck on next.
They shouldn't have touched next. They're on the screen, they touch next and they went to the next screen.
That's all it says mine is stuck on next.
Do an undo. Did that clear it? Make sure your padlock isn't touched at the top, because that would lock your screen and you wouldn't be able to go anywhere. Is it fixed now? Okay, good. Okay, yeah, sometimes if you touch up here to scan something, your fingernail or something can touch the padlock. So we did this now, and it's telling me the grayscale detection level. So I can come here and even make it come in lighter or darker. And that's when we're going to get a result view, and then we'll see what happens. So let's say okay. That's not really too bad, but it's not great either. All right. So we're going to go return. And okay. And a set and an all clear again. All right. So what we want to do now, we just want to scan in this piece of fabric so that we can draw around. So the one we're going to use, go scan, image scan, and touch scan. If it was a coloring book, that would have scanned nicely. The difference between image scan and illustration scan, illustration will automatically put stitches in it. Has anyone tried using their real big hoop to scan? Because the scanning function only scans about 11 1/4, it'll say up here something. It won't scan the whole size of your hoop. All right? So you can see we got our drawing here now. Up top here, there's 2 more pieces of fern came up. If I touch the fern to the left, turn it on. Okay? It goes away. If I touch the fern to the right, it'll bring my picture in darker, so I can draw around it better. All right? So what I'd like you to do is make sure you're on a double stitch. Pick out a bright color that you can see on top of your fabric. Okay? My fabric's gray, so red works well for me. Okay, and sorry, let me try that. And then you're going to select the pencil. And you're better off if you enlarge it, so use your magnifier a couple times. And however you want it to be, whatever'll work for you.
Someone said that theirs keeps asking for a snowman first.
She's in the whole wrong section. If it's asking for a snowman, you're in embroidery, not my design center. My design center never asks for a snowman. You can touch the house up in the right-hand corner, and then touch My Design Center at the bottom of your home screen. And then have your fabric and your hoop. Touch the fern across the top for scanning. Then touch the word Image Scan. And you should end up with this. Let me know if it all worked. Okay, so what I want you to do now, I want you to have the pencil highlighted and whichever function you want to use. Some of you are quite artistic. Laurel will probably have hers perfect. And some of us aren't artistic at all and can't draw at all. But what I want you to do is pick out one of the elements and draw around it. Now, if you want to make it a little more interesting, they couldn't be in Design Center and have a snowman. There isn't any snowman option in My Design Center. Unless, did you take a picture with the snowman on your fabric? If you did, go to the settings, go to page 10, and delete. Was that it? The only way there would be a snowman is if you took a piece of fabric with a snowman on it and scanned it in. So it's image in your background. Did that clear it up? Okay, so the rest of you, you can start drawing, okay? Just pick one of the elements. What I started to tell you is, what I did here, I put a piece of batting so that when I draw, it will be a little raised out. But I tried to trim the batting away for that one design. You can see it's kind of lumpy. Don't trim the batting away until you do everything. All right, and then you could just trim away the batting under the pieces and you have it more like trapunto. So you can take your time drawing, and when you have it like you want it, just give an okay to Jer so I know everybody's caught up and with us. And it doesn't have to be perfect, but this is where a nice pointed stylus comes in, nice and handy. Okay, if you can't see what you're drawing, come up here and use the fern and take the picture away and you'll see where you were drawing. I had a lady tell me her drawing function wasn't working at all, but she didn't know that she had it all dark here and she couldn't see what she was drawing. See if I have it. Then you can't see when you're drawing. So you want to make it a little bit lighter or in between. Come on. You don't necessarily always have to use the hand to look through your design. You can use the scroll bars, one on the bottom, one on the top, to move your design around. Is this fun yet? It has to be fun. They're all good? Okay, good, good. And then if you want to see what it looks like, go next. Oh wait, I'm sorry. All right. Go next, okay? Now, if you see a bunch of little red boxes around, that means you touched it with your stylus and it put it stitched there. And you have to go back and erase those. One of the brother educators said she had a whole bunch of little red squares around that she needed to get rid of. So she took her phone and took a picture of it. Because when you go return, sometimes you can't tell where it is. And I thought that was a really good idea. Because if you have a whole bunch of little dots, that means you touched and were trying to draw somewhere else. So we'll say, okay, next. I did get it all erased, see? Let me zoom in a little bit, and if you have to see them, zoom in so you can really see what you've got. Come on. I'll use the hand if it doesn't want to work. See, there's still some red there. So it's better if I zoom in so I can see it, and then go ahead and delete it all, make sure every little bit is gone, or it's going to tell us again. Okay. Then next. What's going on? And go back to 100%.
If you had an existing quilt block and wanted to add stippling to it, is this the way you would do it?
You would draw around your design that's on your quilt block. And then you would touch the no stitch icon. And then you would take the stippling and touch anywhere in the blank area so it doesn't, but you don't want the stippling go on your design or maybe your side stitching. So you have to make some boxes and then put the stippling where you want it to go, and it'll fill the area. But if you don't finish drawing around your piece, your quilted design in the middle of it, and close it, it will go in and fill there. So if you have, and I'll show you a little bit what we do about that if it's not completely closed. Okay. Everybody doing good? Okay. Now, if you leave your fabric on here, you can always come back and do more with it. All right? Strictly up to you what you're going to want to do later or today. You could always bring in and use another hoop too if you have other things you want to do. So if you want, and your drawing was really good, touch memory and save it. Then do an all clear. All right? Okay. Everyone get your little scanning board out. For all of you, I'd like you first to do a scan with nothing on the board. What that does, sometimes when you go to take a picture in embroidery and you're only getting a centerpiece of the fabric or sides, it just doesn't look like it's filled or quite right. If you come and you do this, it will recalibrate it and then everything will work with the camera again. So just in the off chance that there's something not exactly right with your camera, let's go ahead and scan it, and we'll tell it's a line design, and scan. So just scan it blank. So if you ever start having trouble with your camera, this is how you reset it. Has something to do with that black bar up there. That black bar is magic, I guess. We had an issue with someone's screen only taking the center part of the scanned fabric, and so George called brother, found out this is the way to do it, and if you're ever having trouble with your, and it fixed it right away. It was all good. So just something for you to be aware of. Okay, and it's just a blank screen. So let's see up here. Even if you put your
you show them-
largest hoop.
Can you show them after you're done with that where the scan button is one more time?
Okay. Let me talk about this first, and then I'll show you, because we're going to really scan something now. Okay? All right. So up here, even if you put your 10 5/8 by 16 big hoop, it still will only scan that much, because the scanner is only that big. So an example is I wanted to draw around something or quilt something, and I put my fabric in my big hoop and I have it kind of centered. Well, then I couldn't work towards the top. So knowing that it's only going to give you that much, keep that in mind when you start hooping pieces, okay? Because it'll cut off what's up at the top or the sides, because it only could be 11.81 by 8.65. Okay. Okay, everybody touch cancel. We're going to return. So now let's start with our shamrocks. And you only need enough magnets to hold the picture in place. You don't need to use all of them. I used one to cover up the word brother because otherwise that's going to be on the screen. Now I've just got the magnet. Okay. All right. So let's touch the piece of fern under the padlock. That's your scanning function. So touch this piece of fern under the padlock. Choose line design and say okay. Make sure you have it in a double run stitch, a different color, that it's not in a satin stitch. If it is in a satin stitch, you can touch right here to get it changed. Okay? All right. Okay, so let's say okay. Well, that's not good. Mine didn't get anything. I think mine's locked on. Nothing on it when I did the trick. Okay. Let's just do an all clear in case it thinks there's something back there. All right. Then touch the fern. It might just think there's something back there, a dot that was on your scanner board or something. So touch line design. And I'm glad that those kind of things happen in class, so then we can go over how to fix it or what you need to do. Go scan and say okay. And now it's going to scan your paper. Does everybody have the shamrocks? See, there's a lot you can get in that creative center. You can get invitations, cards, banners. It really has a lot of things, and it's free too. So, okay, so now we've got this, and we're going to go ahead and crop out the green one. So use the red arrows and come down as close as you can to just where you have your line drawing. And if you see your magnets, that's okay. Okay? So after you crop it, say okay. And there's my image. We'll say set. Everybody with me? Okay? So we cropped that piece out, but it's still there because it's looking at the whole thing that we scanned. So we can come up here and touch that button and it goes away. All right, it's not in stitches or anything, and it's going to go away. So we have this to work with, and we're going to put in some fill stitches and some line. But let's take the eraser first, and we have to erase anything that we don't want to be in there. So you might want to make sure that it's a bigger dot or a circle, either one you want. And then you just touch the screen and start erasing. And I got this clover in it, so I'm going to get that out of there. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and do some fill-ins. Say okay. So when you stitch something out, the fill stitch always stitches first, right? And then the outline. So we're going to come in and we're going to use our tools with the paint bucket.
Kathy, there's 2 people that said that their machine forced a restart.
Okay. Let's give it a second while they get their machines restarted. I'm going to show you what I did here because I did it deliberately. I'm going to say next. While they're getting restarted, get their scan going. And I left some dots there so it would go over and get those dots there. But sometimes you can't see them. And sometimes you tell them, we'll get all those red dots or blue dots, whatever they are. And then take a picture with your camera. Then you can go back and guess where they are much better than if you don't have a picture of it. I'm going to go return and erase those, but I wanted you to see. Oh, undo.
She said, I'm to the initial scan, I've put my paper on the scan plate and it's not doing anything. You have to click scan.
Did she touch the fern up at the top under the padlock? I need an answer. Did you touch the fern?
Yes.
And then the next thing that comes up, you're going to touch scan. I'm sorry, you're going to, up when the first one comes up with the fern, you're going to tell it it's a line design. So touch line design and then scan and follow that through.
said that she did that.
Okay, so you're right where we are right now. I'll put mine back to 100%. You can see where we are. All right. Then go up to the top ferns up here and move the triangle all the way to the end of that grid. Because then it won't show any of the picture. And if there's anything left besides the shamrock like mine, then you're going to have to erase them. Okay, let's go over to our fill area, touch the bucket, touch the properties tab under that bucket, and let's go ahead and select some kind of stitch. Now, of course, these stitches aren't solid, so if you put it in some places, you're going to see your fabric in the background. So I'm going to take this one though and say okay. This is one of my favorite ones because no matter where I put it, it always puts the flower in the center. Always. I have a design out there with candy canes or peppermints, like round peppermints. And so, oh shoot, I'm sorry, wait a minute, undo. I want to get rid of that color. Okay, we'll change it. So if you want to have a fancy kind of a stitch, you can put in the regular fill stitch first. Say okay. And then touch wherever you want that to be. Sometimes you can come back in. We'll change the color. This doesn't always work, and I don't know why. But if you took it all the way in, then brought it back and did this, should be okay. And I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to put that on top. But I would have to go next to see if that really will sew the green over the red. See? It took the red away. So what I would do in that case, if I wanted it to look like brocade or very fancy, what I would do is I would save it with the fill stitch, bring it back in, put the decorative stitch on it, then save it again. Okay, and if you're confused on that, I'll show you. So I'm going to touch the fill stitch and say okay, and I'm going to fill that little shamrock. So then I'm going to go next, and I really should erase the rest of it there, but I'm going to save it in right here in this memory, okay? And that's going to take it all the way to the embroidery section. And now I would go return or touch up there, pick out one of my fancy decorative stitches, say okay. I got to change the color. It won't show color on color. And then it changed it, but I want to make sure, so I'm going to come to the bucket, change it. Lots of OKs in here. So now if I change it, and now I save it, the first sewing would be the fill stitch, so I would load that one in first. Then I would come back to my saves in my memory and embroidery, grab the fancy stitch, and bring that in, and it'll lay right on top. And it's not going to be so dense that it isn't a good thing to do, because these are pretty loose and open, and especially if you make them bigger. All right, it as small as it would go. Yes, it might be too tight or too dense. It would be like iron. Okay, so everybody just go ahead and put a regular fill stitch in there for now, and make sure your bucket's on. If your bucket's on, you can touch it and it'll fill the whole area.
Can you repeat how to crop?
When you're scanning, the cropping is when you're scanning. There's the red arrow and the two red arrows, and you just bring them towards the middle to crop out what you don't want. Are you with us? Okay. The rest of you can go ahead and start just drawing and putting colors wherever you want them. But don't do any fill stitches till we talk about it. I mean, not running stitches, outlines. Don't forget you have this great zoom up here, so if you're trying to get an area, you can always use zoom. And if you use the hand, you can drag it around, or you can use the slide bars if they'll work for you. So I still need to do that. I'm going to go off mine a little bit here. And I'm going to put this gold color here. But now I realize I have that dark green there and nothing here. So this is what I was telling you. If I touch the eyedropper and I touch that green up there that I want, it changes it to whatever the color was and the stitch type. So I can go ahead and fill it in and know it's exact right color. Does that make sense? Always have the bucket on.
Can you duplicate this whole design at this point, or do you have to do something else? Do you have to wait?
Well, you could duplicate it, but I would wait until all the fill stitches are in. Put it in memory if you want, and then play with duplicating later. The nice thing too that it just came in the upgrade, I believe, or on the XP2. If you're working on a drawing like this, and it gets late and you have to quit, if you turn it off, when you come back the next day, if you touch My Design Center, it's going to ask you, do you want to work on that design, finish it off, just like it does for embroidery. So that's really nice. I mean, it does it that way. So go ahead and just keep filling in whatever you want. Did anybody get their whole screen filled? Oh, you're all so good, I guess, huh? Okay, good. Got to fill that little area. And that's part of the shamrock. So go get another color. And fill, and same thing. Gonna fill this all up. Oh, undo. When you finish doing all your drawing, let me know so we can go on to the outline stitch. I've got another small shamrock up there, so I'm going to use my eyedropper to get the exact right green that I used. And there it is. So now I'm going to turn on my bucket and go back over and fill that other little shamrock. And I think there's a couple on the outside, so I'm going to do all those right now. Oh, I guess I cropped that one out. Okay. So I don't have just the ones on the bottom that's and the other that's laying across the rainbow. We're not trying to be Michelangelo. Just put some colors in and some fill stitches. It's just a learning technique. I think I'll use the darker green. When you get that funny little beep, and I'll show you in just a second what it is. Okay, I'll go about 200. Did you hear that beep? Did I put my hand here? Well, that beep means you've already done that in this color. If I had selected a different color, it would let me do it. But it's like, hey, you've chosen that same stitch and that same color. I'm not putting it in there. So sometimes it's smarter than us. I think most of the time. Okay, so I'm going to take my bucket again and just fill that little area there. It's telling me I got a fill stitch in there, but I got to get this little area. Yeah, don't touch anything with your wrist or anything. I'm going to go up to 800, and maybe then I can get it. Good. Everybody done? You got all your colors in your clover and your rainbow? Okay, go up to 800% or 1600 on your magnifier. And use the hand to move it there. And make sure the bucket's on. And then try touching it. And remember too, you can also take a picture with your phone of some image and send it to your machine wirelessly through My Design Snap. Okay. All right, so is everybody ready? We're going to go into our lines or outlines. So come up now, we're going to be working in this top section because that's where our lines are, where the pencil is. Go ahead and take like a triple stitch, real dark, and touch your outline of your small bucket on. Make sure your bucket's on, I'm sorry. And touch the outline of your small shamrocks. Has anybody tried to do the top shamrock? Because the outlines are touching, whatever I try and put for an outline just on the shamrock, I'm going to touch my bucket again. See, it's going to turn everything that color because they're all connected. So a way to get around that is take your eraser, make it very, very small. Very, very small. And say, okay. Now, I'm going to come up with that eraser, and I'm just barely going to touch on one of the lines that are connecting. Come on. Okay? So I just make a little hole in that line, as small as I can make it. And then I'm going to have to do the same thing for the lines around the shamrock. Okay, so I'm going to come in again, and you can even come up to 1600. You know, make it easy on yourself. It's supposed to be fun, not hard work. Oop. Okay, so I'm going to start down here, and I'm going to put just a little race, just a tiny bit, right here. All right. And I'm going to have to break it off over here too. Okay. Over on this side. Down here a little one. Come on. Okay. And then come up here. Where else is it touching? Right there, huh? So we have to put a break there. Now these breaks are going to be so little, as long as you put in just, you know, one dot or two, you really won't notice it when you go to stitch it out. I am going to break out this outline from this part too. And this one. And the bottom here. Okay. So let's go ahead and zoom and move over and see what else is touching. Just for outlines we're concerned with. Okay. And this will happen to you a lot, that the outline is connected and you want the outline to have some variation or different colors, and then it's all connected and it's frustrating. So I see it down there too. So it's on my big shamrock. So let me go see what I can do there. So what I'd have to do here is take it and make another little point. Wrong one, I'm sorry. My arm is shaky. And one on that side to break it off. It's not the best job, but it'll do. And then we have to break it off here and here. That's quite a bit, but I'm just going to leave it. Okay? I think that does it. Oh no, there's one on that side too. I wish we could do our fill stitches after we make the breaks, but we can't, because what'll happen, it'll flood all the other area. Because there's a hole now, so it would flood. Okay, eraser. And we just need to find that other place. Okay. Then we'll say okay. Everybody got them? I know that's the tricky part. So now I want to make this outline that dark green that I used on the others. So I'm going to take my bucket and I'm going to touch on the outline. Oh, it says it already did it. Yep, it's the other ones we have to worry about to change. So let's make sure we did the outline on the big shamrock. Don't do that. Oh, I must have done it. Hear that noise? That's what happens if you've already done it. Okay, in the same color, same stitch. If I changed colors, then it wouldn't beep at me. It would put the new stitch and the new color in. It's a very smart little program. Okay, so let's go back to the properties on the line stitches. Let's go ahead and get the candle wicking. And let's make it another color, whatever color. So remember, it doesn't matter what you put on here. All right. Now for the candle wicking, I want to come in and I want to put the candle wicking around some of the rainbow. All right. So I'm going to use the bucket and I'm going to touch my outline. And it went there and there. And I just touched that other one. Okay. And so I just touch all my outlines. It did it. So you want to get a color that you can see the difference when you change it to. All right, so I know it didn't change colors on the other side of the shamrock because nothing was connected. So I've got to go in and I've got to put that new candle wicking stitch, chain stitch in there and all around the rainbow. And you really could make it more interesting and do some chain stitch or around the shamrock. But this is just a learning and practice piece. And when you have it to where you like it, then we'll say next. And I'll wait on next to make sure everybody gets caught up. If everybody's caught up, take a look at my shamrock. My shamrock outline turned the candle wicking stitch because it was still touching someplace. So I'm going to go return. I'm going to zoom in on this area right up here. I'm sorry, zoom. I'll go up a little bit bigger. Does anybody else have the same problem? I don't see why it did it. Don't want that one. All right. So now I'm going to come back up and I'm going to have to get the green outline again and redo that shamrock. So I'm going to scroll over to where one of the little shamrocks are because that's where I used that green. Okay, I think that's the little guy. Oh, it connected too because it was touching. Oh, because it was touching the other one. So it went brown too. So I'm going to go back to my paint bucket. I'm going to just get the double stitch again. I think we used I can't remember. Let me go back and see the little shamrock on the top. It'll tell me what I used and what color. See, some of it turned into candle wicking and some didn't. So we know there's a place that it's still touching. So I'm going to come up here and I'm just going to break it off. Oh. All right. It just outline to outline has to be broken off. This is going to be really holy. That might have been it. Okay. So to do what I was going to do, I'm going to get my eyedropper. I'm going to touch the part of this dark green there. And see, it said I did a triple stitch in that green. So now I'm going to touch the bucket. And I'm going to go through and change my little stem and outline on my shamrock. So where we had the break, we have to make sure and put that in with the stitch we want. So I'm going to come to my eyedropper again, go back and get that exact shade of brown, because there's several shades of brown, touch my bucket and touch that outline on the side. It changed again. Hold on a second. Oh, maybe it's here. But this is the kind of thing that happens, and you just need to work with it and break the lines off. If you're drawing something yourself to do, you can always just put your own little stop in there. But if you have them touching, then it's gonna, no wonder my pen's off, then it's gonna change all the colors at once. I think my pen went dead. Come on. Okay, so I just kind of broke that up. So we'll try it again to get that green. How's everybody else doing? Are you learning or doing good? Okay. I need to get my candle wicking stitch back. Right there. The bucket on this side because it wasn't attached anymore. And I've still got a problem right up here. So I'm going to zoom way in on that area. Just remember, if you start losing your patience, just keep telling yourself, this is fun. Say okay. I need the eyedropper for that other green and the running stitch. It took part of the outline. Well, that's okay because it's overlapping. All right, so once you have it colored in the way you think you want it, or just to get it done, either one, let's go to next. It still put it around the big shamrock. Oh well, we'll work with that. Okay, I didn't want it around the big shamrock, but it did it. So it's telling me on the yellow, I'm using yellow and I used a fill stitch. If I want to make any changes to all the yellow, I need to use the paper clip or chain, because now every place that the yellow, it should still be the, it's doing everything that had a fill stitch. I don't want that. and it took me out of there. I want that yellow, and I want that yellow. So let's see what happens this time. Oh, because it's a fill stitch, it's taking it all. I'm going to go back. All right. This one would be if you want to choose how your stitches stitch out, like what angle, or do you want it to just do an auto and find out how to, the best way to stitch it out. The next one has to do with your density, and I don't worry about density until I've done a test stitch. The next one is your pull compensation, and there again, you need to do a test stitch before you come look at it, and then you can change it. And then if I had a big design, or maybe even this one, I could turn and put my underlay on. See? And say, okay. All right. Now, I want to change my candle wicking. Okay. But I'm going to tell it get all the candle wicking at once. Now it's grabbed it all. I'm going to tell it I need it to be smaller because that's such smaller areas. So I'm going to use this one here, and I'm going to bring it down and make it smaller. Doesn't go much smaller, but a little. Then say okay. And the spacing, maybe it'll look better if I put more spacing in between these. So I'm going to put a little more spacing and say okay. And see, they're really far apart now. But you can play with these any way you want. But always try and remember to hit the chain if it's going to change the whole thing. So now if I put it in memory, in the machine, I can go into my home screen for embroidery. I could have touched set, but I want you to get used to doing it this way. And because I put it in memory before when we were talking, so here it is, and it would be ready to stitch. Okay. I'm going to go back. I don't need to save that one. I'm going to go back to my design center. What do y'all think? No comments? Come on, guys. I don't know if I'm doing good or not, and if I'm going to do another one or not. So we got to know how you're doing, what you're thinking. Okay, so you've got the Easter egg. So let's go ahead and put the Easter egg on. Yeah, you're going to have fun with that. And it's going to take a little while. You can put in all different kinds of fill stitches, all different outline stitches, but you are going to have to break it off in different places because the lines are all touching. Let me see where my USB went. There's one. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to come to memory.
They're saying that they're learning lots.
Good.
They said that a smaller stylus makes a difference,
Yes.
and they appreciate the lessons.
Good, good, good. Then we'll keep going. We'll plan more. So I'm going to touch my USB because that's where I stored this. Anything you save in embroidery or design center always goes into a B pocket. So I'm touch my B pocket, and there's the egg I was working on. And say, okay. I didn't stitch it out. I just played with it and did it and used mostly fill stitches, which then I brought down the smallest size they would go. So let's go look at next. It's thinking. And there's my egg. I'm going to zoom up on it. So I just put a lot of fill stitches. So when I was working, let me go back to 100, and I'm not, take that off. Go away. Okay. So it's telling me I got like the fish scale one right up there. Mama say, well, do I have it any other place? Let's put them together. And I had it at the bottom, and I had it in the middle. So now any changes I make here, it's going to affect all of them. And when you're doing these kind of stitches, you get several options. This one off, if you remember in the Dream Machine, it was always on, and we would turn it off. So now they've made it default to turn off. And what that does, that's going to put an outline around your design or the hoop. If you don't want that frame line around there, which it might not get caught in a quilt block if you were doing it, so turn it off, okay? So that, you don't want that because it probably would get caught in your quilt block when you sew it on. So it just puts some lines around there. So leave it off, we'll say okay. This is called random shift. And what you can do is you can just change it. And a lot of times you can't tell the difference until you really actually go to sew it. If you used one of the circles, the small circles for the fill stitch, you would really be able to tell what it's doing. Or the bricks, if you use the bricks and you start playing with some of these, you can really see the difference, all right? And you can see some difference. But this one means I can go to another one, type B, and shift it, and it's a little bit different kind of shift. You can make some interesting patterns. Have to wait for it to quit working. So if I come to this one, it's position offset. So in other words, if it's a multiple there, it's going to move them this way or this way if I want. And so I can take and change it here if I want to. The horizontal or the vertical, either one that I want to change. And most of those are, you're going to notice a difference in the ones that are like the diamonds or the circles or the bricks. Those are the ones you're going to notice the most those changes in. Down at the very bottom, Yahoo! You can do it a triple stitch or a single stitch. You can just tell the whole thing at once to do it. And we'll say okay. So they've given you that option to sew it out thicker. Okay, so I'm just going to go return and do an all clear. All right, now let's go ahead and put our egg on there, lock it down, have some magnets on it, and come up to our scan. Our scan is the fern right under the padlock. And it's a line design. So we're going to touch line design. And then it's still in the, we're not importing it, it's in the machine, so on our scanner, so we're going to say just scan it. I'm not bringing it in from anywhere else. You can see down here, you can bring it in from a flash card, Wi-Fi, or your mouse. I mean, USB, sorry. Scan. I did want to tell everybody, in your manual, it says you cannot use a wireless mouse. I have two that work well that are wireless. But they're very old, and I don't know what the trick is, why they work and the others don't. And then I've had some wired mouse, and it didn't work. But if you can get to work with a mouse, it's much easier than even with the stylus, because you can get a real good point right there. Because you can move it right exactly where you want it. Let me see if I can get my mouse. Oh, drop my microphone. Okay. I gotta get the little thing out. I'm dropping everything. And everyone asks me, well, what's your mouse have on it? Writing, what kind of mouse is it? I don't know. It just on the back side, it says OMM wireless mouse 2.6 gig. So if you can use that some way to find out what it is, that's great. But like I said, it's very old. When you use a mouse, you have to plug the adapter in the second USB slot. Got to turn it on. Okay. See there? And I could get really close into it with that pointer. But I don't have room to use it today. There's no room here. So let's go ahead and crop this egg. No thread in the needle, right? Okay. Don't forget to change the stitch type down here at the bottom. Change it to a single stitch and a bright color so you can tell that it took effect. Okay. Then say OK and set. Now, if you want to see what's there that you have to get rid of, you always come up and take away the image behind it. So I can see there's some red here that they made it into an outline because it was around my magnet. So I'm going to get my erase and just start erasing that line. Okay. And I guess the way I cropped it, I cut off part of the little bow there, but I'm going to come over and erase the part that's sticking out. All right. If you see a couple of pixels or dots on the outline, it would sew those little things too. So in that case, sometimes it gets to look bad or busy. And so you want to make sure you don't have those. And if you have those, you want to make your eraser as small as it'll go and just barely touch it. So get your eraser out. Oh, I'm sorry, but there's one other thing I want you to do first. I want you to look around this and see if there's something wrong anywhere. Okay? So right up here, by where those lines are, this line didn't fill in. So we're going to come to the pencil area. We're going to touch the straight line guy and just draw a small straight line down. Oop, that was a small straight line down. We'll get over kind of towards it. And that's the other thing with a big stylus or your finger, you can't exactly see what you're doing or where you are. So now I got to come in and erase some of that. And the reason I wanted to do that, because if I wanted to use a fill stitch in here to make different color stripes, it it would have flood filled everything. And I'm going to show you flood fill. Let's go up here. Come on. All right. There you go. I know there's a hole someplace too. If you're trying to find where there's a hole in your outline, the easiest and best way to do it is come up here and change colors. Touch the bucket, and if it all doesn't turn blue and there's a portion that stays, that means there's a hole in between those. Okay. And I guess it did take all the lines, so they're all connected. So there again, if you want to make the lines a different color, you're going to have to go through and make a tiny, tiny little break in the line. Like here even, I would have to make a break in the line. And with this, if you just touch it, it does the break for you pretty much. Okay, one thing I want to tell you, and so you'll understand, be sure. If I'm going to bring this back to 100. I think you probably see it better at 200. There, you can see it. Okay. So let's say I'm cleaning up some places. So I have my eraser, and I'm going to make it a little bit bigger for this. Let's say, okay. So now I come in and I erase a bunch of this. Okay, you see I'm just erasing a bunch of this. And now I make a mistake, so I undo. It takes everything away. You really need to erase a little bit and lift your pen or whatever off. So if I wanted to go back and undo, it's only going to undo what I just recently did in that one. So just remember that. If you take too big of an area and you have a problem, it's going to put all that area back in when you undo. So you're better off taking your pen or whatever you're using and make breaks. Just lift it off so it just stops once, whatever. Okay? I'm going to undo again. All right? And again, if you want to see the picture behind, you can. That's the picture behind, just a little bit darker. And those magnets won't sew. They're just part of the picture. If I bring it out, they're gone. Okay, so it's just part of the picture. I'll show you what I did, one trick I did when I was doing mine. All right, and this is where this gets important. There's some of these circles are red, and there's a couple of them that are blue because they're touching the line. So if I want to go in and make it so it's not touching, I have to get my small eraser again. I'm going to zoom in a little bit more. And then I'm going to erase just a little dot. Oop. Okay, and that should be, let me go bigger. It's still connected just a little bit. Okay, so I just make a break. And so when I was doing these breaks, whoops, I took too much there. When I was working on and taking these circles down here and these breaks, I noticed that some of these then weren't finished. They weren't complete circles. So if I really wanted to be neat and clean, I can go in and get my circle in here, and then I can make it much, much smaller and use it in place of those wonky ones. Or I could come in and go into my select objects, touch your wand, touch which one you like, and say copy. Now I can move the copy around to wherever I want, but you better remember to erase the first one or it'll have double stitches because it won't line up exactly right. So, does that make sense? You have to erase that one if you're going to put the other one there, because otherwise it'll have weird stitches or double stitches. Okay? But I love this little wand to get what you want. So then I can take this one and move it over there. And maybe I want to copy it again on some other ones. If I want to use the big circle, you really have to go out to 100. See how big that is? So I'm going to come to size and resize it down. If you do something that has eyes and you need little eyeballs, this is the way to do it. Like that's like a 1/4 inch circle now. But I could take all those circles out and put in my perfect circle in place. Let me move my perfect circle. What happened? I got to undo. I got one there. Let me touch that one. No, I don't want that one. I want this one. I think I know what happened. I had one on the screen and didn't think I did. So let's say close, so let's do undo. Oh, there's my circle. Oh, there it was. Okay. And I'm just going to cut that off. All right, so now there's the one I want to work with. Take my wand and touch just that inner circle. How can I tell if it's on the inner circle? The red box will be right around just the inner circle. Come on. It's taking the whole leg, I guess, because it's touching. Okay, let me go size, move. See if I can just move that circle. Whoop. That wasn't good. Nope, it's still going to always grab the egg because it's touching all the outlines now. See how far back I can go. Thank goodness for undo. We never had undo before. But now you have undo and redo. Come on. It's taken away all the little breaks I made. Okay. There. Now I'm going to cut that circle out. It's gone. Okay? But you can take the circle over there. I think you all got to see anyway how it'll go down so small. All right. Nothing selected. We're just going to move this. It's thinking that I want to select something still. So I'm going to do undo. I'm going to come in my selection box and I don't want to select anything right now. Okay. Untouch the wand and say close, next, whatever. And now I should be able to go around and move my design. Okay. We'll do it that way if that's what they want. But see, it's going to take parts of it away because they're not all grouped together. but I can say undo. And let's see if I can do that circle and move it so you can see how tiny it gets. Okay, let's go size and move it way up. I was trying to move the egg up so you could see, but this is going to work this way too. Come on, select. And this is kind of stuff that's going to happen at home and get you frustrated. Just remember, if you have the upgrade, you have just that individual wand. But even then, if they're touching and you try and just separate them, it won't do it. You have to pretty much do it when they're first in there and you enter them together. Because once they're touching, they're like family. They're right there. And that'll happen. It'll happen all the time. But there always is a way to fix it. Okay. Well, you can play with your egg and put some colors in and think of some questions you might have. I'm going to go get something to drink. I'm getting a sore throat again. I'm going to cut that away. Okay? All right. So we'll break for about a half an hour. You can start putting lines and colors in your egg, and then we'll come back. Welcome back. Hope y'all had a good lunch. Well, Queen's Cafe was a little slow today, but that's okay. So I want to show you something different now. I'm going to go out of my design center. We talked about using the border function yesterday, and I was telling you how I add a little point at the end. So I'm going to show you how to do that with the new magnetic hoop from Brother. So I stitched this out this morning when I got there, and I'll show you how we're going to attach it. So I'm going to go to embroidery, and I think I put it in memory. I did. So I'm going to take that piece and I'm going to say set. Then I'm going to say embroidery. All right. So now I need to move my hoop. So what I have to do is take off some of the magnets. I could have done this ahead of time, but I wanted to show you what you do. And take off the magnets. I like to leave at least 2 magnets on. Then you're going to slide your fabric slide the magnets down. Oh, I gotta have to go way up. I have to go up higher. Am I hitting something? I should have left the long magnets on, but this will work. And this is so tight that with these magnets, it really, really, really is tight. I don't have any stabilizer in my hoop. I just have batting, backing, and my design. Okay? That's it. And I'm going to have to bring it up more, down more. I hope I have enough fabric here. I'm going to slide that tight. And then you want to take your long ones that go at the top and the bottom. Don't let them stick together. And I'm going to put this one at the top, and I'm going to slide my fabric tight and lock that in up there. Okay. Now, I don't know if this is going to work because, oh, first I have to put the hoop on. Then it might work. I don't have a lot of fabric left here. So let's see what happens. Okay. So I told you if I use the border function and I put a reference stitch in, then I can come in and I can come in here and I can tell the needle, go show me the first top stitch center, because I put my reference stitch there. Now it's going to tell me it's up there, but I'm going to come back down and bring it down more first. Wait, I gotta move.
Is the magnetic hoop extra or included?
It's an extra. It wasn't included with, are they asking about for the upgrade? No, it wasn't included. We all had to buy it if we wanted it. Okay, hope you can see this. There's my little green cross, and I'm looking at my reference stitch there. Can you see the reference stitch? Wait, Gerald, turn on that camera. I did it in pink, so you should be able to see it good. It's right there. It's right there. It's a straight line and then like a V, and with a line going down through the V. So then I'm going to move my design. Don't go too far. And I want to bring this up. And what I always do is I take my hand wheel and make a complete rotation of it so I can see if it's going right in the hole. All right. Now, because I don't have fabric all the way on here, I'm going to go check that. So to check that and see where it's going to sew, then I use the positioning icon. And if I come up here, it'll automatically do it. This one would go corner to corner, side to side, down how you want it. But if you want to see the whole thing at once, you touch the one up there. But it would barely sew. Okay. It will sew. They are strong, strong magnets, if you can see. Okay. I think that's all that's going to work. Okay. Normally, I would leave 2 magnets down here, and then I would slide it up, and those magnets would end up here. I don't know what I was thinking, too much lunch, and I left the top ones on. So just quickly, I've got it all lined up. My needle's going right in the middle of that V with a straight line. And I'm going to say OK and say go. And now it's going to continue. Now this you could use for this design for edge to edge. Any of these big ones, oh, thread came out. Any of those big ones that I showed you that are just like the ones that are in the sewing mode, and you can get them in the category where the buttonholes are and in the 3rd folder there. And these would all work perfect for edge to edge. So my thread broke or wasn't threaded. So I want to back up my design a little bit just so I can start from the beginning. I'm going to touch the O and start from the beginning. Oh, now I got to thread it first. I didn't pull the thread through. Now it'll go. But see, these could work for edge to edge. Perfect. And they're quick and easy. Just remember to use your reference stitch so you can keep them lined up. This is the tool that they give you to take the magnets off and on. Just raise them up. Now it's putting another reference stitch in case I wanted to keep going down. Okay. Any questions on the magnetic hoop? Please don't ask price though. I don't know and we can't quote. All right, let's go back to my design center. Did you get your eggs done? I hope everybody got their eggs done pretty. Let me get this off. I need to put the magnets back on so I don't lose them. I have a habit of doing that.
Would you leave the hoop on your machine overnight if you had to stop for the night and then start again the next day?
Yeah, it'd be fine. Well, you know, your machine, anytime you turn it off and you turn it back on, you turn it off and then it tells you bring your hoop on. Don't take your hoop off from the night before you do that, otherwise you'll have to redo it. Something right there. One of the locks. Okay. But it really is a nice hoop, and it's nicer than the other one because the magnets are much stronger. I mean, they are just on there tight. And the little contraption to take them off. And don't wear a bracelet that has a magnet on it when you're working with them, because it sticks. Okay. So if you go up to your hoops where you can put your hoops on, you'll see here it's a 7 by 14 inches. And even though it says 7 by 14 inches, you have to allow place for the foot to go. So I would say like it's 6 3/4, leave a little 1/4 inch, and 13 3/4, so you have margin there. Okay, all right. How'd everybody do? Good? I guess. Want to move on to a new project? Yes? No? Okay. We're going to come in and do something different. I'm trying to think which one I use. Okay, let's go ahead and go into your frames and the second category, the one that has a banner like. And then I'm going to use, I think I'll just use the second one and say okay. Now, we need to resize this, so we're going to go to size and we're going to make it skinny and even a little skinnier. And then we'll make it a little bit shorter. Okay. That's not exactly the look I like, but we'll make it work. Let's go back into frames. And I'm going to go, oh, not to memory, sorry. The second one. Okay, we used this flower yesterday. Let's use this flower and say okay. Now we have to shrink that way down to size. Okay, and let's just move it up. Now, if you want to make a stem for your flower to go in your flower pot, we could copy this one and then shrink it even more. So let's go copy, and we're going to move it off there while we work with it so it won't attach to anything else. Move it over some. Okay. Now we're going to go back to size, and you're going to stretch it way skinny because it's going to be your stem. That might be skinny enough. All right. Then I'm going to move that kind of down and select it again. I'm going to touch it and select it. And then I'm going to size. I'll use this to move so I don't drag anything else around. And it might be just a little bit too long. But I know I can take and I can break some of it off. So let's move it down some. Okay. And I'm going to say okay. And then I'm going to go to my select. And I'm going to use the box this time. And I'm going to draw around part of that stem down there. And then I'm going to cut it off. And then what I don't get, I could use the eraser to get the rest. Okay, my pot's a little big, isn't it? Okay, then I'm going to use the eraser to clean everything up. If I don't like my pot, I can select that. Oop, it's connecting now because things are connected. See how that works right away? It's like you should have done it the first time. All right. And then I'm going to go back to my frames. And here's a leaf. So let's get the leaf. And we have to resize that, obviously. And say okay. And we're going to copy that too. And we're going to put one leaf down. Oh, they're probably going to connect to each other. One leaf down there. And we're going to flip it. Oh, didn't go the right way I wanted. Okay, we have to leave it there. Now let's go see if we can get the copied one. Nope, because it's all connected again. Gosh darn it. Okay. I'm going to undo just a couple. That's my fault. I should have moved the leaf in the beginning. Okay. I can't tell if that's the copy or the original. There it is. Okay. Size, and I'm going to move that one down and more or less get it into a position where I like it. I told you I have no artistic ability. And then I'll say okay and copy it. And then I can move this copy over here and I can go ahead and rotate it. And then I can bring it over here too. So now we have a pot and some leaves and a little flower. But we're going to make it for a gift, so we want to add something else. So we're going to come into the curly Q one across the top of your shapes. Got it? We're going to get the bow and say okay. And we're going to move the bow down on top of our plant. Now we can go ahead and make this smaller size. I used this in a cutwork class I did. Okay. So there we have a pot, a flower, and some leaves. And it really didn't take long. If I had it messed up, it would have been even quicker. So now you can go through and you can fill in your flower, your pot, your leaves. I might cut off part of that pot. Now I got an open pot there, so I better come back and draw a line. So I'm going to go over and get my straight line, say okay, and then I'm going to draw a straight line across here. Try and keep it straight if you can. And I didn't quite get it right because of my fat finger, so I'm going to do it again. It's my straight line. Okay. I have to get sure it gets the right place. Okay. Not too bad, a little crooked, but not too bad. So let's say I wanted to fill that pot with something that looks like red clay. So like down here maybe. And I'm going to say okay. Watch what happens when I turn on my bucket. You see? And that's because there's a hole right down there in the flower pot. Let me see if I can show you up close. Okay, you see that hole? That's why. So it was open, so when I tried to fill it, it all went out everywhere. So I have to erase some things and get it cleaned up. So let me see if I can draw a straight line. And I'm going to try and draw it again without a shaky arm. That's not very straight. That's not much good either, but we'll leave it. I just have so much trouble with my arm. Okay, let me go through and erase some of that stuff. All right. Okay. Okay. And there's some over here I should get rid of. Now, when I go to fill it, it would fill the thing just fine. I'm going to go back to 100% though. So I am going to do, okay, take my eraser. I want it really, really small. And say okay. And, okay. So now I want to go in and I'm not going to flood fill it yet. I want to come into my lines and I need to see where there's a break in the lines because I already tried it once and it didn't work. So I got my bucket on. So I got my bucket turned on and I touch. Oh, you can't see the blue too good. Okay, let me change the color. Usually use red so you can see it well. And the bucket's on, so I'm going to touch the corner and make it red. But you see, it didn't go all the way around because there's two breaks. If you ever are working at home and something flood fills the whole area and you can't see the hole, magnify it as much as you can. And then if you try to make the lines different colors, you'll see where the break is because they won't be connected. And so that's the easiest way I found to find it without straining your eyes all day. Okay, so now I could come back and touch the top piece and the side and they're all done. But I need to draw some lines back in so it won't flood fill. And down here, oh well, it's not the best, but there. Okay, so now you see that. Those are the kind of things that are going to happen. Undo. When you're home, and it's going to drive you crazy because you go, I can't find where that is. I just can't find it. But if you do that, you'll see it easily. And that's just something I found from playing. Okay, and then we can go ahead and put in some of our fancy stitches in our flowers. This is a fun way to see what your different stitches are. And what size they are. We're just playing now. Anybody have any questions? I'm sure somebody does. Okay, so let's just go take a look at that. We'll go to next. And there's what it would look like. So now I'm going to take that stippling one and I'm going to make it smaller. Say okay. And now I can change the distance or the spacing between the stipples. Right here. And say okay. Okay. And this one I think is, yeah, if you want to put a distance around it like we did before a margin. Okay. So let's come to the next petal. And here again I have these. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take that one and bring it down as small as it'll go. Sometimes it's good to just put like some rectangles on the screen and then put in some of the fill stitches in different sizes so you'll have a reference when you get ready to make something that you know is going to work and what size. So I'm going to go that one and I'm going to make that one 50%. And say okay. Okay, and we'll take the last one and make it 50% too. And say okay. All right. So there again, we can sew it out with a single run of stitches. We can sew it out with a triple. We can offset it some, take the border off of it, and you can change the angle. So, did you all try some of those? It's just a little exercise to play a little bit using some of your tools that are involved. Okay. This is one of my favorite pieces. And I did it quite large with white thread on black. And I was supposed to be making a machine cover with it, but I was sewing some samples for Darren on black. And so I just grabbed my big black one and cut it up. So, because I was cutting all the other stuff up. So it's a sample and not on my, machine. Okay, now I bought this from someplace online. I just put in, what did I put in? Old sewing machine, black and white. You can put it in for clip art, you can put it in black and white, and you'd be amazed at all the stuff that comes back. So I'm going to come up and scan it. And I'm going to do a line scan. And I'm going to scan and say, okay. I just want you to see how it will scan something this intricate. And there it is. So, and I know it's already in red, and I've got it set up to do just a double run stitch. So I'm going to try and crop it some, because I don't want to have to erase all the marks around those magnets, because it will put stitches around the magnets. And we'll come up here. I'm sorry, I'm probably blocking some. Oh. And then I'm going to come up here. I think that's perfect. So we'll say okay. And it's going to do its thing. I just have a little to erase. I'll say set. And there it is, all in stitches, ready to go. That's pretty awesome that it can take something this intricate. I'll tell you, with the Dream Machine, we had to split it in half. It wouldn't take it all. And if you forget to take it and make it into a double stitch or a triple stitch, it'll tell you it's too complicated if you try it as a satin stitch. Okay. So then what I do, I got to erase some little things here and over here. Okay. And then I don't do anything else to this. Oh, I'm sorry, I did too. I went and I selected it and I resized it. And I made it a little bit bigger. Interesting, it didn't pick up everything. So I undid it, so I'm going to come back into memory here and I'm going to tell it get everything at once. There. It doesn't like my fingers today. Oh, it's just going to sit. Okay. There. So now if we go and resize it, it should be all together and we can resize it. I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to come and I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees and say okay. Now I can even resize it bigger. So I'm going to resize it even bigger. Okay. So there's my sewing machine, and I'll say okay. If I want to work on it again in my design center, put it in memory here in the pocket on the machine. I'm going to go next. Oh, look at that. I made it too big and it's telling me the data is too complicated, cannot be converted. See, that's what you're going to get sometimes. So we'll say okay. We'll go return and we'll get it selected again. And we'll bring it down in size and see if that makes a difference. Try it again, see what happens. Still choose the complicated. Isn't that interesting? Hold on 1 second. That's it from earlier, all the way through to where it was stitches. So now it's telling me, so sometimes it gets a little bit fussy, but it was a lot smaller there. So there was no problem at all turning it into stitches. So we'll go select again, select all. And we'll try size again and make it a little bit smaller still. If you have something that's really big, and it's not going to fit in your hoop, I'm going to show you a method of what to do. You liked it this time. Mikey likes it. So now if I put it in memory here, it's going to go in memory in my design center and memory in my embroidery, and I could take it in, I could stitch it out. I'll say set, and it'll take us right to the stitching screen, and there it is. Okay, so in Dream Machine, I would bring in some patterns that were quite intricate lady little patterns and all to scan in. We're going to use this sewing machine so I can show you what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go back to my design center. I'm going to go up to my scan, and I touched up the base. I didn't want that. I want the scan one, not the pocket. Oh, look it went back to satin stitch. So I'm going to say line design and say scan. This is really, when we do it this way, if you have, it's really big or intricate. It's kind of amazing that it does it all this way. I'm going to crop it a little. Well, first I'm going to change my stitches to red and a double stitch. Okay. That way when it gets ready to convert it, it won't go into a satin stitch. And I'm going to crop it some. I'm going to crop it up here. Not too much. Okay. I'm going to say okay. Some of you that had the Dream Machine and took my classes, you know what I'm about to do. Okay, let me clean some of this up first, because we got a bunch. And I can just come through and get all this erased. Or if it's too much for me, I'm going to come up here, I'm going to get the bucket, and I'm going to say no stitches and okay. And then if I touch those things It won't be in stitches if they're all connected. If they're not connected, I have to touch each section. Okay, and I'll erase the rest. But I wanted to show you that you could do that with the Okay, so we've got this little guy here, and I'm going to change the color because I've already saved it a couple times in red, and this is a special technique, so I need to be in a new color. Say, okay. So I'm going to come in, and I'm going to change the color and the stitch type, and I'm going to make it a blue, and say, okay. Now I'm going to turn everything into the blue, and there's some pieces that aren't connected, so I'm going to have to kind of touch them all and get them all blue. Let me zoom in. Some little ones, huh? The little beeps will drive you crazy. Okay, it's going to take me a while to get them all, so I think we'll just... Oh, the bucket went away, that's why. I'll just get some done. Okay. If all these little things don't show up, that's okay. You'll get the idea. Okay, so I'm going to go back to 100%. And I've tried to stitch this out, and I know it's too complicated. So I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to put it in memory in my machine. All right? Then I am going to take my select icon, and I don't like to use straight lines because then it's obvious that it's been cut, you know, half and half. So if you can go around it like a freeform kind of. Okay, we'll try it one more time, a freeform. It's not the best, but it'll work. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, I am going to take and cut what I just put there and cut it off. Okay. Now I only have the beginning of the machine here. So this is where I would take it in all the way in to sew it and put it in memory.
There was a question on here. What was the double click sound? It's when something's grayed out and you click on something, it's
already
just
done.
An error message.
It's already done. That's what the double click means. It means it's the same color, same stitch pattern. If it was a different color or different stitch pattern, it would let you change it. But it's trying to tell you that this is already a different stitch pattern. If I can, in here, get it to connect all the reds, then I can turn them all to blue at once. Connect all the reds, come up here, make them blue. I think it's that blue, say okay. I'm saying okay. Okay, so it was quite intricate area. And there's some over here that I missed. See, those are the little boxes where you would have just a little dot of something. Okay, so I'm going to take the select off. All right, so now I'm going to put this piece in memory, okay, in my machine. All right, and then I'm going to go return. I'm going to bring up the first one I had in here that I was working with. Oh, I put it in memory, I'm sorry. You need to take it out of memory. And it's this one because it has some red in it. So we'll take that one, say okay. And my other part is under there. I can't see it at all this time. Sorry. Let me see if I can see better. Nope. I'm going to undo. All right. So this part is what I want to get rid of now. All right. So I'm going to change that part to another color. So I know what I want to get rid of. And I'll make it green. Say okay. And we'll try and get as much as we can in green so we know what we're doing. Okay, and then I'm going to go to memory and I'm going to bring the whole thing back and say okay. Now it's all lined up again, but some of it is green under there and I can't see the divided line. Maybe it doesn't work the same as in undo. Let's take that. Okay, so there's the half that we already stitched. Okay, and that's the one that I've got to turn to a different color. So when I bring it in, I can tell that that's what I want to cut off. So then in theory, the way I used to do it, I'm not sure it's going to work now. I'm going to take this guy and then I can go and find all my greens. Son of a gun, it's not working. That's how I always did it in the dream. And it would superimpose over it so you could see exactly what half you cut off. And then the amazing thing is when you went into the embroidery section and you brought in one half, then you went back and brought in the other half, it all lined up perfect. Just perfect because it had a base. But it's not doing it now, and I don't know. When I don't know an answer, I know enough people in Brother that I can call and get an answer as to what's going on. Because I don't know everything, and I don't profess to know everything. But, and some of you students that have taken my class before, you know it worked before. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Well, there now it's kind of superimposed over it. So if I could turn just that section green, it's not going to let me. Let me try the bucket. Oh, it came right back in. Any suggestions? Anyone tried this before? I'm going to start over. I'm going to do an all clear. I'm going to come up and I'm going to bring up the original and say okay. And now I'm going to make the original all red this time. This red. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see if this will work now. We'll come back to memory. And we're going to take the machine that we cut in half and say okay. Okay. Now, I can see that anything is blue I want to get rid of. So it's going to be hard to get in there. So what I do first is come in and kind of make an outline of where to cut it off so that you can see better what you're doing. So if I come in here and I start erasing like here, okay, and then I make a cut here close to my lines and a cut down here. I mean, might be more intricate than you'd ever do, but you might want to do something quite large sometime. And any of those things that are blue, I should get them off if I can. Okay, got to move over a little bit. Okay, looks like I broke it off pretty good. Okay. So now when I come down to select, I'm going to touch the wand and I'm going to get that piece and I can cut it away. And I want to get some of them close so I can just get them gone, all gone. And they're not picking up everything, so I might have to erase some, or then again, I could go ahead and use the no stitches tool. Okay, so I'm going to come through with my eraser. Let's see if we can get rid of this. Okay. Just erase a bunch of that. So we want all this gone. Make our eraser really big and make it a square. It just seems to go faster for me. Okay. And I'll try some down here. Okay, I think that's good enough. We'll say okay. And we'll go next. And we'll put it in memory. All right. I can't remember if I took the first part all the way to memory, so I'm going to go return and all clear and bring back up the first part because I don't think I sent it in memory to the machine. I'm going to take that one, say okay. And I'm going to put it in memory here so it goes in the machine and Design Center. Okay. All right. So now I'm going to go home and I'm going to go to embroidery and I have to go to the pocket. Okay. And the pocket is the machine pocket. So I'm going to bring this piece in and I'm going to say set. Add. Pocket. Bring the other piece in and set. And there you have it. And what I would do at this point is go to edit, go to the palette, and make sure that these are all going to be the same color. So I'm going to touch this and I'm going to touch the red. Come on. At 800. Let's touch that. Okay. And then we'll touch that again for that one. Come on. Sorry. As soon as I do it, I want to do all the parts. So I want to do this part too. And if there's anything left. So anything that was left the wrong color, once you come in here and do this, you can go ahead and have it all be one color now. I'm not worried about the breaks. But you see how it all lines up perfectly? If you take it from Design Center and you kind of squiggle break it so you can't tell. Let me come up higher and see? Pretty tricky, huh? Okay. What else can I show you in Design Center? I'm going to go ahead and clear out some of the pocket. And remember to clear out the pocket in embroidery. We touch these white squares. And then we touch whatever we don't want anymore. And is there anything else down there? Oh, there's some more things. I don't have to take them all out, but I can. And and we'll say delete. Okay, that's a quick and easy way to clean up your machine. Let me think of something else I can show you in in Design Center. I love Design Center, I play with it all the time. And I'm not the artistic type, but you can come in here and convert a bunch of these designs and make them, something different. Like this one, took that one, and we'll go ahead and make sure it's just in a double stitch. And I make it red and say okay. And I gotta touch it to make it red. All right. Then I'm going to select that one and I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to make the copy a different color and say okay, and we're going to go ahead and select that copy, and we're going to resize. So what this is going to do, it's going to make a double design. Is it picking up everything? I think it picked up everything again. So let me go back one. Okay. Undo the copy. Undo. All right. Now when we copy, as soon as it's copied, I got to come up and change that color so I can separate it from the rest and say okay. Touch the bucket. I'm sorry, I'm just not having good luck with the outlines today. They all want to connect. And usually it's pretty good to go. One thing too, I just figured something out. This machine hasn't been upgraded to 3.06. So that might be having something to do with some of my problems.
Kathy, if you drew out a design, could you tell the machine to sew in a specific order?
You can move some things. Let me take this one. I'll shrink it down and I'll show you. I'll give you an answer for that. Say okay. That's not good. We're just going to put this up here, and we're going to copy it, and we're going to put one over here. Boy, something doesn't like me today. Now it's not even copying. Let's go back here. Let's get that same one. Say okay. Make it red. Say okay, okay. The bucket. Now they're all on top. Oh, I guess the green was so light I couldn't see I had it. That was the problem. So hold on just 1 second, and I'll show you how you can do that. And that is a new feature in the XP1, XP2, and I'm not sure that it was part of the original or if it's an upgrade. It must be in the upgrades because I don't have it on my XP1. Okay, now I'm going to copy this, and while it's in the shape, I'm taking it off of there, and I'm going to make it a different color. Okay, and I can put something else in here, and I can bring that size down. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go back, we're going to put this in memory so it all goes into the embroidery section. That's a good question. I'm glad you asked. Okay, so we're going to say next. We're not going to make any changes. We're just going to say set to get right to the embroidery screen. Okay, so there in the embroidery screen now. No, this one won't work. Maybe it'll work. Okay, let's see. So we're going to go right to embroidery and open. We want to open the edit. they came in grouped. They all came in groups, so I can't show you that. Frustrating. Let me delete, and we'll bring something else in. We'll bring it from the frames here. I'll bring in a heart and an eyelet and set. I'll go palette. So we have this one. And so now we're going to go add, because we want to bring something in. We're going to take the same heart. We'll make it the running stitch. Say set. Now it's black, that one's red. So we're going to go back to add and go in the heart again. And we'll take the satin stitch and say set. Now we got to move the black ones apart up here. Okay. So what we got now, we go to edit. Right under the stippling icon, you see those 3 squares? So if I touch those 3 squares, it's asking me, what do you want to do? Do you want to move this one to the front or the middle or the back? Now I'm going to say move it to the middle, okay? Now it really won't look like it's changed, but you can see over here it has, and the sewing order has changed. If I want to put that one at the front again, I'm going to touch it at the front. You see? Does that make sense? No? Yes? So if I have that one there, that would be the first one to sew. I want to put it in the middle and say OK. And then we go to embroidery, and it's going to sew that one, and then it'll sew the eyelet because we changed it. Let me show you. See? We put the eyelet in the middle. So even though it shows over here, it's going to sew in the middle. And that's just a new feature. While you have that feature on there too, you can always come in. I'm going to go return. You can always come in and get them all selected. Say OK, and tell them to get them lined up perfect for you. Now they're all perfectly lined up. So anytime you do things like that, you can do that. The other thing is, if I really wanted this all to be one color, when I get to stitching, I can touch the one spool of thread and it will take all the stops out after the first color I put in. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Okay, I'm trying to think what else. Anybody have more questions? Okay, well let me show you a couple tricks then. Okay. Let me show you a couple tricks. All right, so we're going to come back in here. Or we can use one of those other ones. Let me go back. Let's use these. Okay. And like I said, down here you have some of these really big patterns, and these would all work well for doing edge to edge. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one and I'm going to say set, all right? And then I'm going to go edit and copy. And I'm going to move it down. And then I'm going to tell it to rotate that one, or we could even just flip it. That would work. Okay? Now you've got one going one way and the other one's going the other way. So if I get these lined up good, okay, then I can come in and I can put this whole thing in memory for all of it. All right, and we'll make sure it's all gone in memory. And then I'm going to go delete and delete both. Say okay. If I come to my pocket memory and I've got one going each way, I select that and say set. And now when I go to edit for my border function, it didn't select, oh, I'm sorry, didn't select them both. Okay, so I have to go through the full select to make sure they're joined together. But now I can come into the border and have one going one way and one going the other way. So if you wanted to do that with some design that you wanted to put like down a towel or a sheet or a pillowcase, you can flip it over, save it, and then you can bring it back in and continue sewing it. Just a workaround. Okay. Trying to think what else. And this too. Look at, you have your satin stitches, you have all these, then you have some of the cute ones we had. And some of these will be perfect for edge to edge. Okay. All right. Now let's go then and take a look at Mickey in his folders. How many of you are Mickey Mouse fans? If you slide over, you're going to see the same things that we had in the embroidery decorative stitches that we now have here, where we can add them together. So I'm going to go, because I'm the shoe person, I'm going to take Mickey's shoe and say set. And then I'm going to say add. Come back there, go back to that last folder, and I'm going to take the crown. That was the shoe there. I got Mickey's shoe, I should have got Cinderella's shoe. And say set, and I'm going to line these two up. Now, if I can get both of these selected, have to group them. Nope, it's not going to let me resize them. I thought it would. Hold on, let me double check some. It won't let me even resize one. I guess you still can't resize them. I thought they said we could. Let me delete it and go back. Sorry, folks. There's so much on this machine. And there's a lot I don't ever play with. Let's see if I go up to edit. Nope. So it's not going to let you do a lot with the Disney. It's not going to let you resize. You can move, rotate, copy, make it into a patch, stipple around it, or change the stippling, take it into my design center as a frame, and then you could stipple around the whole thing too if you wanted, or with different stitches. Okay. I'm going to go delete again. To tell you or show you. If you have a design and you sewed it out and you have the design, but you didn't stipple around it at the time on a block, so bring the design back in, whatever it may be. Bring the design back in. Then you're going to take a picture of your fabric. This would take the sewing machine here. And you're going to make sure that these two line up. The one in the background and the one on top, right? And then you go to edit and you go to the stipple icon. Tell it what hoop you want to use, and it put all the stippling around your design. And then I'm going to say OK. And then I'm going to go to embroidery. I don't need to sew anything but the stippling because I've already sewed it all out, right? I'm going to touch the color bar at the top. You got to be in plus and minus with the needle. Touch the color bar at the top. Make sure I'm at the beginning. Oh my goodness. Make sure I'm at the beginning by touching those arrows up or down. And then you just saw your stippling. Okay? Does that answer some questions? Also, if you knock your hoop or you take your item out of the hoop and you have to rehoop it, do pretty much the same thing. Load the design again on there and have your fabric hooped, and then match the two up perfect, and then you can see exactly what you're doing. where to do it, and you could finish your design. This probably isn't the right one.
Two rows, can you measure distance between them?
Yes, you could put the grid on, and it could be 1 inch or 3/8 of an inch. And you could put the grid on and line things up that way. Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm going to have to take this off. I'm going to have to turn off my machine, turn it back on, because that noise did something. I don't like it. Okay. I'll be back with you in a second. Oh, it's hitting this. Jared, it's hitting here, the wood. Let me move it down. I remember years ago we had a lady, it was with our Singer machines, and she said, my design only sews halfway up in the hoop. I'm like, what? What do you mean halfway up in the hoop? And then it sews on top of itself. Thought about that one a while, and then I said, is your hoop hitting the wall? Oh my gosh, yes, that's what it is. So just remember that. You don't want to hit or bump anything. So if I was going to put this piece of fabric in, we had the machine do that so you know what not to do. Okay. It's going to tell me to change to a larger hoop. Because I said it was going to use the biggest hoop when the stippling. I'm going to go return. And I'm going to go ahead and get rid of my stippling. So it's on my stippling now, and I'll say delete. Okay, come back here. Let me take it into a smaller, say set, edit, and we'll go stipple again. Or do you remember that not only the stippling, but up here you have the echo stitch, and here you can get the other stitches in there, okay? It's always just going to go around. So I've got to tell it what size hoop I'm using, or it's going to keep telling me I'm using the wrong size, get a bigger hoop. And you can see by the shadows it's going through the hoops. Okay. I think I have the 10 and 5/8, so 10 and 5/8. I'm going to say okay. So back to if your design came out of your hoop and you want to get it all lined up perfect. So we're going to play like my design's on here that I already sewed out. Then, when I go to embroidery, I'm sure all of you have used this already, we're going to use the projector and see exactly where our design is and where it's going to sew out. So if we had to line the two up, this is the best way to do it. The projector always projects a 3x5 size. You can move the projector around to look at different side angles of it to make sure that you're covering it's all over the right places. And then the arrows move the design. And I'm not going to have room because I put stippling in it. But the arrows move the design. To move the projector, you use your finger. It's a red box, and when you go to grab it, it's a blue box. Okay? Anything about the projector or cameras? I know you're going to say, well, when I go home and start working on something, then I'll have questions. I'm always available by email. And some of you have emailed me and I've answered right away. Some I might not get to till evening, but I do try and answer every day. Okay, we'll go return. All right. What steps would you like me to go through again? Something that you're not quite sure about how to do.
I'll let you know when one pops
Okay. I'm going to go back to my design center and go into these again. I'm going to make that a double stitch. Okay, I put 3 layers there. And all 3 of those layers would sew all at once because they're all the same color. So I have to go in and change some colors. Here's the bucket. And I'll change the next one. Okay, so now we have 3 different colors. And what I've done here, I've just echoed it all. So if you want to put fancy fill stitches in these areas, you can. So you could come in and make like a nice cute little frame or something. Take that one, say okay. Let's change it to a pink, say okay. And we can just fill it right there. Now we'll go back and we'll get another fill stitch. And go okay. Get a little bit darker pink and say okay. Yeah, there it is there. We'll go back and get one more. And say okay. Change the color again. Say okay. Anytime you want to create a stop, you have to change the color. So now we're going to go next. Okay, so on that first fill stitch right there, if I want to change the size or anything, I can do it right here. I just thought of something.
Kathy, if you have an applique and want to do a blanket stitch around it, can you do that, and where do you go to do it?
Yeah. Okay. Let me show you just how to shrink all these, and then I'll do that one. These turn out quite pretty for little frames. Okay, and we'll just leave that there. We'll put it in memory if we want to sew it out. Okay. Okay, so we'll go back and we'll do an applique. Okay. An applique always has 3 steps, at least 3 steps. So let's go ahead and we'll take like this flower down here and say okay. All right. So the first stitch you want to do is just going to be a running stitch because that's your placement stitch. And I got that, and it's green, and it's already done because it's beeping at me, see? So then I go next, and I put it in memory in the machine. And just to make it easy, so I don't have to worry about size or anything, I just hit return, come back up here, get the triple stitch, another color, say OK, and touch your design again. So now I have to go next, put that in memory in the machine, and I go return again. This is the easiest, fastest way to do it without having to go into the embroidery each time and bringing the design back in. Just put it in memory, bring it to return. So now I'm going to come up here and I want to use a blanket stitch. And I'll change that color, okay? And I have to touch around my bucket. Now watch what happens. We'll go here next. See, it's got my blanket stitch. And so now, I'll go bigger if you can see it. Okay, so now it's going to ask me how tall do I want those little pokies. So I can change the size of those right there. Okay, and say okay. And now they're longer. If I want them closer together, I can come in here and make them closer together or further apart. And say okay. Now they look like they're on top of themselves. So we could change that back. Now they're way far apart. But you get the idea. So that's what this one does. This one is asking you, do you want me to go over this 3 times? Because you can. And you can tell it you can go over it 5 times. Or you can go down to 1. Okay? And it'll change the stitch. Down here, this is fun. Touch that, and it's going to ask you, do you want the pokies inside or outside? Maybe I want them outside. And I'll say okay. See? Now it looks like a cactus. I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to go select, and I'm going to take the little hearts and say okay. I'll make them a prettier color and say okay. Now it's automatically changed everything to the hearts, and it put them all around the outside because I had already said that. So if we come in here, it'll put them on the inside. See? Cute, huh? So there's all kind of things you can play with. Did you follow the steps for the applique? You also have the V-stitch for applique. And there again, it's going to ask you, it's going to ask you how tall you want it, the spacing in between. Go over it 3 times, 1 time, 5 times. And do you want the pokies in or out? And there again, it just goes out. Okay. Did you get the steps down for the applique, or do you want me to do it again? You said say it again. Okay. And you know, you could bring in any of your coloring book pages or any of your quilt patterns that are for applique and scan them in here. And that's the good way to do it too. And just change it when it first scans to just a placement stitch. Okay, I gotta go back to my design center. All right, so we're gonna come into my design center. We'll pick out a shape, say okay. We want to make sure that it's just a running stitch. So we change the color and make it a run stitch. Touch the bucket, touch the outside. Now it's got the running stitch. So we'll say next. That's just how the distance between each running stitch pokes. So we're going to put that in memory in the machine. Now we're going to hit the return key. Gonna go back up here and we'll take the triple because this will tack it down. Always have to change colors and remember to touch it. We'll go next and then we'll put it in memory. Is there anybody that uses more than 3 steps for their applique? And then I came back and I put on the blanket stitch or the satin stitch, whatever you want to go around and say next. And there it is. Now if I put it in memory, I can go home, go to embroidery, in the pocket, and I'm going to load in the first one because that's my placement stitch. And I say set, add, back to the pocket, second one, that's my tack down, a triple stitch, add, pocket, blanket stitch, and set. Okay. You know, I would tell you this again, but you should group them because if I come in here, see, I'm just moving one. So if I wanted to place them someplace, I should group them all together at once. So I'm going to come here to the bottom, touch the select there, so everything's selected, say OK. Have to be on edit and group them up there. Now it's all one. Okay. All right. If you come in here and you open your magnifier, I'm on the hoop for the stitch preview. I'll close it, go back, and you can see what I did. I touched the preview icon up here, right under the house. I'm going to magnify it. And then I'm going to touch the needle with the arrow by it. And then I'm going to let it stitch it out, how fast or how slow I want it. And there it goes. Now when you do an intricate design, like the sewing machine, for some reason it's supposed to find the best way to sew it out, but sometimes it'll sew a little bit over here, cut, jump over here, and sew a little bit and cut, jump, and go back. Don't worry about it. It's just the way it does it, and it'll finish the whole thing. Okay? So there we close, and then we could go right into embroidery and sew out our applique. Cute. What else? Let me show you some. You asked about edge to edge. I'll show you some edge to edge.
In regards to the PE Design 11 class, I'll talk to my dad, Ken, and see if he can hop on.
For what?
For a PE Design 11 class.
Mm-hmm.
Either Ken or Kay.
Okay.
So between the two of them, they might team up and do a PE Design class.
Kay doesn't do PE 11.
She does?
She does Floriani.
Oh, she does Floriani.
Yeah. I used to do PE 10 and 11.
Oh, you did?
But Kat did it here, so I did it in Tempe.
Okay. So then maybe between you and my dad, we can figure it out.
Mm-hmm. We'll get a PE Design 11 class put together. Now, one thing that did come up, and I don't know if Linda Spradling's on here or not, but we were having a problem and she emailed me and we went back and forth a while. She had saved a design and put it on a memory stick and from her Luminaire. And it was something she created at Design Center. But she couldn't get her PE Design 10 to read it because it's set up now that it can't go backwards. It would only be readable in a PE Design 11. A Dream Machine will go okay into PE Design 10 or 11, but you can't go backwards. The same thing like You can't take an applique cut from a Dream Machine and try and put it in the new DX scan and cuts. It won't work. They just have it fixed, so you can't go backwards. No, you could go into the DX, but you can't go to the other one. I'm getting confused now. No. From Dream Machine, no, you can't go to the DX, okay? But that's one thing. We were supposed to schedule a PE design class over in Tempe the next month, I think it was going to be, and then we all had to, everything shut down. So that kind of stopped that. Okay, I'm going to come here and I'm going to find something. Anything that's going to have two ends on it, like the rabbit, okay. I'm going to say set. I know you can't see it, it's super tiny. Go edit, size. Don't forget to touch the icon on the right when you resize. That'll recalculate the stitches. Okay. And I made it as big as it'll go. I'm going to say okay. And I'm going to move it towards the top of my hoop. I might be out of my hoop. Okay. I'm going to say okay. Now, I could come into the borders and let the border function add more for me. And they'll all be lined up. But let's check how close they are. So we'll come over here to zoom and go in at 400%. See, they're not quite attached. So that's something that you have to look at. So I would say okay. And I would go ahead and delete and just keep one. I hope I kept one. Let me make my screen smaller. And if they're connected, oh, they're grouped. I'm going to ungroup them. And I'm going to go make sure they're ungrouped. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to delete this one and this one. Then when I'm going to come back and bring it in, I can do a copy. And if you want to be really, really accurate, let's go up to the frame section and get your grid. Say okay. Now, if I move him over on top of one of the lines, I can see exactly where he's going to be. Okay. And I'm going to move it down some just to give me a good placement. Let's say okay. Now I'm going to come in and I'm going to copy it. And I'm going to bring it down and I'm going to maneuver it with move. So I can see exactly where he is and where it's supposed to connect, okay? So, is that the top? Okay, so here's the one I want to move and line up. So I'm going to move it back. Now the one line there is going up, so I can't do anything about that, but I can bring this over so it connects better. And then I can look and see if it's really attached. I can use my preview, use the magnifier, and now they're attached. Okay, so that's how you could make something into an edge to edge. Also, if you go into some of the coloring books or I think they're quilting books and have borders, you can always use those. Just put them in your machine, copy them in, and then just do an edge to edge with those. It's really easy. I do a lot of that. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Come here. Let's just I'm going to say set. I'm going to get rid of the grid. Now I have that pretty dragonfly in there, and I can't decide whether I want stippling around him, whether I want to put one of the fancy stitches, or whatever I want. So I can come to stippling and try it. Have to tell it my hoop size, don't forget. Yeah, I don't know if I like the stippling. Let's see what it looks like with Echo. That's pretty. Let's see if we go get one of the fill stitches. It looks like netting or something. And you can make the spacing go out more for him. There you go. And you can change the size of this right here. So we can make it smaller or bigger, whatever we want. Oh, I think I hit the dragonfly.
How about using the couching foot?
What about using the couching foot?
I just want to know.
That'll be in a special class.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is this going to be available to watch later?
Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, that's pretty nice there. So just don't forget you have all these cool tools to use and where they are. Okay. And you can come in and copy him. Come on. And he really sews out pretty, and he's quite large. If you look there, he's almost 4.5 inches. So it really is pretty. I saw a lady sewed them out on organza and then cut it away and then put them on a jacket. It was really pretty. Okay, what else? To do the couching, you have to set up your machine with a different foot with 2 other equipments. And so that's something we do in another class because it's more of a technique than just learning. Okay. Anything else? Don't forget to use these tools right here to move positions of things. Don't forget to use your alignment tool. Okay. What if I want to make him into a patch or an applique itself? I'm going to come here, and it did it for me. So, and I could change the distance and make it how close he is. And then I could make him and sew him on a jacket back or whatever I wanted. What's the default? I don't remember. 12? Oh, yeah, 12. 12 is the default. So there you go. That's kind of pretty too. All right. If you don't like the colors, especially like that color, here we can just go in and change it to another color and say okay. All right. So there again, you would sew out the dragonfly complete. Then it's going to give you a running line, a running stitch around it. You take your hoop off the machine, trim on that running stitch line. Okay. Then you put whatever you want to put that patch on, maybe a jacket, put it on the hoop. The next thing it'll sew will be that same running stitch. So you take the piece you cut out and put it, lined it up perfect with that running stitch outline, and then you do the satin stitch. Okay. Nothing else? I'm trying to think. Yeah, couching, it's fun, but it's different. Anytime you see a C, that's what it means, it's for couching. And you have a whole folder of them. Turn. All right. Trying to think what else. There's some very pretty fonts in here. And you'll always have your uppercase and lowercase. Oh, I've seen this question asked several times. If I buy a font online, how do I get it into my Luminaire? You have to use one letter at a time and bring it in and line it up. There's no way you can take the whole font in at once. Okay? So you buy a font from some company and then you want to put a word in there. That's how you're going to have to do it because you can't bring the whole font in at once. It's just like reading a design. That's what it basically would be. It'll be an A, B, C, or whatever it is. And that's how you do that. Please don't mess with tensions unless you really, really have to. And if you're going to mess with tensions, you do it with the purple bobbin case and the little tiny screw. The green screw is already set to use embroidery bobbin weight thread. In all the years I've had Brother machines, I've never had to adjust the tension on anything, other than if it was a design and someone told you to. But otherwise, they're pretty reliable, set very well, and they're all tried out before they leave the factory. So, what else, guys? They added some more quilting frames. I don't know if you know that or saw it. These 5 down here are new. And then they have the ones that they added that have 2 colors. So you can do colors. And then we have our hexagon, of course. All right. But in the frames, like I said, that really is an octagon. 8 sides. That's what we tried. Okay, you can't put a hexagon pattern on an octagon. We found that out. If there isn't anything else, I'm going to call it a day. I wish you would ask some more questions. I know there's a lot of you out there. Nope, no questions?
If you missed anything throughout this class, it is available as soon as I end this today. So you can go back. You don't need to take it again. You can just hop back on and watch it again.
Right. You would want to keep an eye out for, well, and Darren will send notices when we do like a software class or a couching class or something special. He'll have it on the emails that he sends out, and then you can sign up. Anything else, folks?
Yes, the Luminaire does have different bobbin cases. It comes with 3. One for free motion, one for embroidery, and one for sewing.
No. The 3 bobbin cases. One is for bobbin work. Okay? Okay, bobbin work. And one is for embroidery and one is for sewing. And we were always told the purple one should be for embroidery. And recently I watched a program and one of the brother educators said, if you're using pre-filled bobbins, use the embroidery case with a green on the side because it has been tensioned for that. And the purple one has been set that if you're using some other kind of bobbin thread, you can change the screw on there to adjust to a different bobbin thread. I never knew any of that about adjusting the purple one either, the screw. Okay? So those are some things there.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
That'll do it.
Yep, that'll do it. If you don't have any other questions or anything I can answer. If you do come up with a question or you have a challenge, you can always email me. Just be as specific as you can as to what the problem is. Don't just tell me my thread keeps breaking, because then I'm going to have to write back and say, what kind of thread are you using? Are you sewing? Are you embroidery? What? I need more information. So tell me, oh, I'm embroidering with Floriani thread and Brother Bobbin thread, and I'm on design 15 or whatever, and my thread keeps breaking. Then I can ask you, you know, what needle did you put in? What bobbin case are you using? Those kind of things. So if you be as specific as you can, but in the subject line, you always have to put brother. Because I don't want a hot Asian date and I don't need Viagra. So if it doesn't say brother, I don't open it. Okay? So always put brother in the subject line. Okay, Jer, I guess we're good. Nothing else, anybody? That's it? Well, thank you all for joining again. I hope